the YouTube feed. I will recap my today command for them. Oh, I forgot to actually copy and paste the today command. Okay, so we finished up the Angular wrapper on Saturday, even though I don't like the implementation as much. There's like stuff we got to do with the change detector, which is a little annoying. So I'm not happy about that part, but whatever. But we started on the solid wrapper, and I'm pretty sure the solid wrapper was pretty much a copy and paste of the React wrapper. We just had to change like use state to create signal as an example, right? So pretty simple there. But we got to build out and finish the sandbox so we can confirm that. So hopefully it worked. We'll see. Yeah, it's more just like some of the, like Lithium, it's more about like some of the magic it's doing to batch things. Sometimes you want something like truly incremental. And I can show you an example of where we're having to like do the hack. So let me switch to the right scene. In the Angular package, there's this bit. Oh, it's actually in our sandbox. The sandbox is where we do that. So yeah, basically, there's this bit where we send a message to do like the completion thing from like, you know, and the WebLLM. And we create the chat completion, passing our new history to get the next message, right? But then we get back a stream, which is going to be like each chunk of the message as it comes in, right? So you're not waiting for the entire thing. And we end up doing like the for await of syntax. But with Angular, if we don't do this like detect changes inside of that await of loop, it just waits till basically the whole thing is done to like send it. And then even then you wait on like something to trigger a re-render. So like you do have full control over it. It's just like a little more work to decide and let it know when it should actually be like reconciling things to the DOM. And it's just odd that you don't have to fight React as much to do this stuff, even though React is doing similar batching for the virtual DOM, right? Like it's weird actually. So yeah, I found that a little bit annoying. And then there were other places that we had to do the same, right? Like as the progress report comes in of like your download process for whatever LLM model you downloaded, same idea. Like we have to detect the changes as it comes. So it's a little annoying. One thing I actually hate, I hate the on push, like by default pattern. I think it actually hides away certain state bugs that you wouldn't recognize until all of a sudden someone decides to remove the on push because it's getting in the way. And then someone ended up creating an endless loop because they messed up something and they're like on init or, you know, like, I forget the name of the other hook, right? Like the props change hook, whatever that one's called. I've definitely run into a dev who opted for like on push by default, and it just masked bad code, you know? So yeah, I hate the on push thing. I think you can write massively performant Angular code without resorting to the crutch of on push. To me, on push is something that people who are unfamiliar with Angular opt for because it seems easier, but it's really just creating problems later. So, I mean, just in general, I disagree with a lot of like the modern patterns that Angular developers push on people. Like the on push thing, terrible idea. I hate it so much. I think signals are actually kind of a bad pattern for Angular, right? Like you have RxJS. I know RxJS requires a little bit more learning up front, but once you understand RxJS and you start thinking in streams like observables and stuff, it becomes so much more approachable for like all sorts of patterns where you'd create weird hacks in React, right? Like the reactive nature of just like reacting to a stream and passing it through the transformers and all that stuff is really powerful. Like, I don't know. And Kenny, I disagree. Have you never heard of the Framework Interop group? I guarantee you use PSR2, right? You should probably be using PSR2. I would bet money that you're actually not as freeform as you think you are, right? Like the interfaces for logging, the HTTP message like pattern. All of these things are made so that you can write interoperable packages, which means that there is kind of a set way to do this stuff. Yeah, I can understand signals in Angular being for like it's easy to get the current value of something, but you can do the same thing with a behavior subject, you know? Yeah, the dependency injection in Angular is nice. Like, I like the structure of an Angular project, even. When you jump into an Angular project you haven't worked on and you just do it, then boom, it's actually pretty simple. Like, you know where things are and the general of how it works. But now signals kind of muddy that. Like, where is that signal coming from? I'm sure there's some patterns for it, but it just depends. But yeah, Kenny, I do just want to say, like, if you're writing modern PHP, you're using all of these standards. These standards are actually 100% necessary for the world that we live in PHP being as good as it is now, right? The caching interface, auto loading, all of these things are important to actually follow. So it's way less freeform than you think it is. Like you can be freeform as much as you want, but you're going to make an application with a shitload of tech debt if you're not following any of these standards. So, real quick, King over on YouTube. Good news, you got your shoulder checked. It's just a bad muscle spasm along with some inflammation, so that's good. So far, everywhere in web, signals mean abort signal. No. King, signals mean observables. Signals as far as solid and preact and angular and all of those are talking about it. They're talking about basically proxies. But signals means that. Abort signal is an edge case. On the web, signals means Knockout.js style change detection, which was repopularized by preact and solid. But King, here's the thing, Knockout has existed since long before abort signal. So abort signal is actually just poorly named. I think abort hook, maybe? Like, I don't know. I think there's better ways to name abort signal, and I think it was just a bad naming convention because signals already existed in Knockout.js. All right, so that was the end of that album. Let's get another going. And I know, right, Radiant? It's a name we haven't heard in a long time. But okay, so someone asked a question, though. It's kind of like the difference between TypeScript and JavaScript. Wait, what do you mean by that? I think that was in relation to like the signals conversation or the Angular conversation. Ah. But yeah, that bone broth was good. Alrighty, so let's get tropical. I haven't seen that movie in ages. I liked it. What did you guys think about Semi Pro? All right, the Will Ferrell basketball movie. All right, we might need solid UI around still. But yeah, how's it going, Brainless? Mr. Sir? Okay, so 5174 is the tailwind. Or it not tailwind, is the solid. You're still working, but doing well. How about myself? I'm just chilling. Did a bunch of like green screen stuff. Hence why like the camera's actually adjusted. I had to like adjust it up so I had enough like headroom to do some stuff. I could actually adjust it lower. Maybe, King. I don't know, man. You're really only as old as you feel. Staying active, stretching. You know, there's ways to prevent feeling so old so quickly. Like, besides myself being like chunky, I'm almost certain I could go out and like snowboard like I used to. Like, I'm almost certain. Like, like I still float this challenge out to anyone in the tech industry. I will happily play you in a game of snow. Like snowboarding in the park. I'll happily play you in a game of snow. This goes to anyone. Ryan Florence, Kent C. Dodds. I will happily play those guys in a game of snow. CJ from Coding Garden, Scott Talinsky. Bring it. That's fine, King. Go for it. I'm not shy about that fact. But it's also not a fair comparison. I did spend 10 years straight just snowboarding, whereas they were working on their careers and shit. Now, I think I'm older than all of them, so I think that counts too. Yes, I'm pretty sure I'm older than Ryan Florence and Kent C. Dodds. I'm actually curious about that now. $1988. Yeah, so I'm 4 years older than that dude. Shit. I would guess Ryan Florence about the same age. All right. Anyway, let's keep going. Not that bad for age against Kent. Yeah. Yeah, he's still a millennial, you know? I'm pretty sure Ryan Florence is the same age as Kent, like within a year or two. But I will challenge any of them to a game of snow. If they're jumpers, they better have their jump game on point because I'm a jibber. If I get a chance to like start doing jib tricks on them, I'm gonna run the table, like so to speak. There's no way they got jib tricks like I got jib tricks on jumps. Only thing they'll get me on is switch backside, or if they do like rodeos, like backside rodeos off the heels. I can't do those. But I can do frontside rodeos off the toes. Well, not rodeo. I don't go inverted, but I can spin off the toes. That was always something I was really proud of snowboarding. I could spin frontside off the toes or heels. And that is actually kind of a rare thing for, especially for like jibbers, right? People who are good on rails typically only have a select amount of like jump tricks they can do. Now, nowadays it's different. It's a whole new ball game. But man, some of the kids these days, like, do they not care about style anymore? Like some of it just seems a little too loosey goosey. But anyway, I digress. All right, so we want to build the, not the Angular app, the Solid app. So we've got button, select, and text field. We have added them to here, and we've got text field in there, which is good. We probably need on submit. And we should be looking at the React sandbox, because I think we can copy and paste a bunch of that. As far as all of this state goes, we can do this. We are going to have to rename the use states into create signal. That should be easy enough. All right, so we need to start wiring up the select dropdown. Oh, interesting. Huh. Okay, so we do that. Okay, so then options. I don't really care about the styling. Oh, that's interesting. Hmm. Man, wow, we're still under our first hour here. we're already being as productive as we are. That's pretty cool. Seems like a pretty light crowd so far, but that's fine. I think more people will show up as time goes. Ooh. I do need to pay my rent. I do need to pay rent. I almost forgot about that part. Almost forgot that part. Let me do that real quick. All right, cool. Rent paid. That is important. Oh, and I missed a follow. Krylers, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Okay, so let's see how the forums do. Oh, buddy, we got a bug because that doesn't exist. All right, good enough. Should probably give it a width. Sure, good enough for me. All right, so if I were to select this small one, we don't have a download handler yet. And what's up, Owen? How you doing? All right, so then, why is this button not styled, though? Hold on, what values do they want there? Default? That's weird. All right. So then after that, sorry, 1 second. All right, so will it blend? Hey, it blended. Oh, that was quick and easy. Like a glove. All right, now we got to do the chat thing. Easy peasy. And then real quick, player 09 instead of 007, are you 009.5? Boom, nailed it. So you don't understand how a program is created from a code. You mean what's the play there? Write a code and then what? Save it and you can access it? I was making a joke there. I don't know, man. If you don't get it, you don't get it. It's fine. If you want to get it, we recommend getting started with Free Code Camp. If you don't want to get it, that's fine. It's okay. And yeah, I guess you didn't catch the 009.5 reference. That was a reference to the movie I Spy. Yeah, I Spy with Eddie Murphy and Owen Wilson. That is Owen, yeah? Yeah, Owen Wilson. All right, so then this, as far as sending the message. All right, we can basically do this part inside of the chat box. Ooh, do we not need keys when we're doing loops in Solid? All right, so yeah, we got the you are a helpful UI agent. And then from here, the submit function, we can grab that logic as well. All right, so I think we may be good. Let's do a refresh and double check. So we go and use small LLM or small LM. We download it. Like a glove. Yeah, so the solid implementation is basically a copy and paste of the React implementation, but we just got to add like parentheses everywhere when we're accessing the signal, which is fine. Not too bad. And then we just got to change use state to create signal, and we're done. So that one was way quicker. Yeah, the woodchucklings, exactly. What's for dinner? I haven't even thought about dinner yet. I definitely need to do like a cut day. I should probably do like 2 or 3 cut days a week. But it could also be a butter chicken day. I do need to finish up the rest of that bacon that I thawed. I could do a thing of nachos tonight. Like 1 tray of nachos should get me pretty good. Maybe I do too. But I think 1 tray of nachos is probably enough food. Especially because I'm having, I forgot I didn't finish it yet, a beef stick and some chicken broth and some other stuff this morning. So maybe I wait till like Friday to treat myself. We'll see. Jay, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you doing? Yeah, butter chicken is really good. Like the place that does it nearby nails it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll be nachos tonight. So I finish up that like beef bacon I got. Tomorrow, it'll probably be dumplings so I can finish those up. Like if they sit too long in the freezer, they get weird. And then Wednesday could be a cut day. I can make Wednesday a cut day for sure. I got a bunch of like power greens to finish up too. So I'll be eating those like tonight and tomorrow. But yeah, I need to do the cut days more. Definitely heavier than I should be by like 20 pounds. More like 30. But hold on. Before I do this, yep, yeah, I am also 185. That is a little too much, Chris. Okay. So, yeah, we've done solid, we've done React, we've done Svelte, we've done Angular, and we've done Vue. I am tentatively going to try an Ember wrapper. Because why not? Why not? Um, Give me just a second, though. I don't like the positioning of my camera there. I did say Ember. Yeah, old school, right? Old school. I know, right? What is this? 2014? In my heart? That was a good year, man. That was a great year. But yeah, let me adjust the camera. There's just a little too much headroom. I had adjusted it for TwitchCon stuff. Oh, buddy, that was way too much. No, stop. No, I don't want to zoom in. Oh, that's the zoom button. All right, that should be better. Yeah, way better. That's how I like the camera set for this stream. Yeah, just the right amount of headroom up there. Too much headroom, time for a bigger beanie. Ooh, I'm gonna have to readjust the camera when I get my Christmas beanie, huh? Yeah. I know all about Glimmer. We're not gonna write specifically for Glimmer. That's just too much of an edge case of an edge case. Oh, I see. So yeah, let's go look at it. Ember.js. It is crazy how much like Ember pushed the envelope, right? They were the first one to have a CLI tool. Anyone remember when Angular came out? Like Angular, like the new version, like 2.0 plus came out and they had their CLI tool, but they forgot to change the copyright notice. So it was really obvious that they just forked the Ember CLI. Pepperidge Farm remembers. But okay, so what is the process of spinning up a new Ember app, or technically a library, in 2025? Broccoli still? Wow. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Definitely not Code Girl. Ember is way more modern than Backbone. Do you remember when Ryan Florence first came out with that DBmon demo for the React Conf? We're talking like 2014. And then everyone decided they needed to make their own DBmon implementation. And then Backbone tried to do it, and everything was terribly broken. Like the tooltip didn't reactively update, etc. Just really bad. Yeah, I never built any Backbone apps. I remember doing some like progressive enhancement with Knockout, trying AngularJS at 1.1 and hating it because like one misspelled dependency injection would break your whole app and not tell you in any clean way. And then Ember for a few years until like React and like I got a job where AngularJS was required and I had to do luckily it was like 1.3 plus. And 1.3 finally introduced like proper components instead of everything being a directive. Call me crazy. I hate directives. Like there are some that you can't avoid, like, you know, like the-if type stuff. But yeah, directives are just I don't know. They're just gross. Oh, and Code Girl, you asked about WebLLM, right? Lithium was here. Yeah, he gifted a bunch of subs, and you know he's probably lurking right now. Maybe not. No, it looks like he bounced, but it happens. But yeah, WebLLM is pretty interesting. If you want to toy with it, you can check it out right here. This is just their demo implementation, but it's a good way of just like fiddling with it and seeing what's possible. So, writing your first add-on. Aha! So, we could install Ember CLI globally. I'm okay with that. Ooh, their CLI tool detects. See, why can't other CLI tools detect what you ran this command with? Why do they always have to ask you what package manager to use? Ember CLI can figure it out. Right? We can roast Ember as much as we want, but man, they really do think about some of this stuff from like a developer's perspective. Now, would I have preferred if they asked me if I wanted to install? Yeah. But you know what? It's fine. It used the right thing. Okay, so we have scaffolded a new add-on. Wait a minute. Do we not get TypeScript support? Ah, shit. Okay. Needed to pass a flag. All right, so we just want to do the same thing, but add dash dash TypeScript. Oh. All right, so this might take another sec or two. That's fine. And yeah, what's up, Fivel? Yeah, more time to talk. More time to hop into this. It's basically 4 o'clock already. Why not? I was up late working last night. Oof. Damn, and I didn't quite feel it at first, but oh yeah, man, arms are sore from golfing. Like I feel it in like my leading arm, forearm. Oof. Yeah, man. I was hammering the golf balls at the driving range yesterday. And because I don't take my time, I hit way more golf balls than bedtime bear. He even gave me some of his. Because yeah, I'll just fire them off like quick. I don't practice swing. I barely take any time to like set up. All right, so then we head into Ember here. Man, it scaffolds a bunch of shit. That is so many dependencies. Holy shit, dude. Okay. Yeah, and we'll just go. All right, let's double check this. Hold on, hold on. That's right, Ember CLI. All right, so Ember's most used version, that's right, we looked at this yesterday, on Saturday, is version 3.x. Like massively more than the latest. Now, how much of these download stats do we think is just LinkedIn? Could we just assume that LinkedIn is on 3.x? Yeah, exactly. That's Stephen Penner. Is Chris Selden still at LinkedIn? I know he was for a while. Yeah, it looks like he's still claiming LinkedIn. So, yep. Yeah, so it seems like LinkedIn is the biggest employer of Ember core team members, which is interesting. But yeah, why is Why is it showing Stefan Penner's picture? Oh, because it was linked there. Got it. Yeah, so he's still at LinkedIn too. Yeah, I'm sure they've got some like sweet, sweet golden handcuffs going. Well, rumor from an old coworker that one of them was paid over $1 million. Do you know which one? I could see Yehuda getting that. I could see Chris Selden getting that. I could even see Stefan Penner getting that too. I don't think Yehuda ended up working there, and I don't think Tom Dale did either, right? So it wouldn't have been them. Yeah, I don't think they ever properly worked at LinkedIn though. Tom Dale definitely did. Really? Okay, I guess I didn't remember that. I could see Tom Dale getting like $1 million. I could definitely see that. Yeah, Chris Selden is like the expert for Ember data. Um, Stefan Penner is the expert for the CLI. The original Ember router was written by Ryan Florence, like, and Michael Jackson, I think. That's some like that's some old hat. The Ember community was like super sad that he defected and went to React. Like both of them. It was kind of funny. But yeah, Ember router was like the the pattern or like the mold that they all should have like that every router should have followed basically. Like Angular's router ended up following that same like thing. Yep. You went to a React meetup where Ryan Florence was back in 2015. Yep, yep. Yeah, like 2014 was the DBmon talk, right? So he had already defected by 2015, right? But yeah, Ryan Florence used to live up here in Seattle, actually. Yeah, so he gave a talk at like the Seattle React meetup at one point. All right, so that's a little weird. What's up, JGT? How you doing? Yeah, what you up to? You're doing good. Just getting some PR comments fixed. Motivation is low right now. Sure. Yeah. No worries. I mean, we're trying to figure out what's the right way to export like Ember libraries for things that you want to like be able to listen for. We don't want to package it up as a component because that's wrong. But how do we make like a reactive hook? Something where when it changes, Ember will re-render. Hmm. Let me go back to like the core Ember docs. Yeah, no worries. And Ember's outside of my wheelhouse at this point too. I know, right, Sergeant Pepper? It's a trip down memory lane. This is a reminder for everyone that remembers Ember that you should probably pick up a fresh container of Metamucil, right? I don't know. That's like a typical old person thing, right? Metamucil. You'd go get that Metamucil, but your knees hurt. There you go. Exactly. Let's look at the core concepts of components, right? And GJS, that's a Glimmer file, right? Glimmer JavaScript, yeah. So I guess GJS files take the place of HBS files. Interesting. The @tracked decorator. All right. So yeah, they keep doing like the Ember object stuff for components. Hold on. What was that? Sure. Okay. So let me go back. I could have sworn they still had like life cycle events, like on init and stuff like that, right? I could have sworn they had a component life cycle. Do you just use constructor? Yeah, I don't necessarily want to do did render. Yeah, I don't know. It's been a long time, so I just don't remember. I don't think modifier is what we're looking for. Ah, there we go. Okay. I don't know. Let's put it to a vote. So we got two basic ideas, right? We can keep embering and see what it's like to build this wrapper, or we can pivot back to Masijo and start prototyping some WebLLM stuff for it. Sorry for the yawn. So what do y'all think? Right? And I don't mind doing the Ember thing. I just want to see, like, what does chat want to see? Anyone over on YouTube, you can just say Masijo or Ember, either one. We got one person who wants to see the Masijo prototyping. And everyone else doesn't actually have an opinion. We got 3 for prototyping, 0 for embering. The writing might be on the wall. And yeah, a big part of the reason is, I mean, just looking at numbers, 234,000 weekly downloads. It's really not great. Right? Solid's at 1 million. And Solid isn't even like the most popular. Meanwhile, View, 7 mil. Svelte, 2 mil. All right, so time's running out. I think we're going to take the Ember stuff and just put it on a branch and put that branch away for now. Okay, so if we're going to pivot to working on Massijo, we do kind of need to publish at least one of the packages. All right, so I do need to do this. Let's do some multi-factor. Nope, not gonna happen, King. Not gonna show that stuff. Damn. 397 billion downloads last month. NPM does crazy numbers. It is WebLLM for the package, right? So we should follow the same pattern. Web-LLM. Yep. Okay, so I want to publish it as public. Access public. Right, so let me do this just in case. And wait, King, what are you talking about? King, your first publish has to have the access public. After your first publish, you don't need it anymore. Hold on. We'll look at what I got. 1 second. Let me get more music going. All right, so WebLLM wrappers React is published. Let me do one thing here. I may have forgotten to rebuild. So we'll just bump the version just to check. Okay.
This is medieval time!
So yeah, we got version 0.0.2 up there. We are published. And the part you were talking about, package JSON, you were saying... Oh, we don't even have the public thing in there, but I could have sworn... Right, like... No, I think you might be right. Yeah, the access thing might actually be good to get past that. Yeah, I remember like private true being something, but yeah, like the access public whatever. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that part. Let's double check. Oh, no, not what I wanted. Yeah, see, so they still recommend access public there. Where's like the specification for the package JSON? Yeah, so I don't see access in the list. Yeah, we're looking at publish config right now, but it just says look at config. Okay, so yeah, it looks like we can do this. Okay. Yeah, King, I get it. Take it easy, dude. Chill. If I'm already looking at it, take it easy, man. Let's close some of the tabs we don't need anymore. And Alan, what you up to, Mr. Sir? So you're working on Biddy, interactivity for your web pages and your static site builder. That's right. Yeah, Biddy's like a web component thing. Gotcha. Sounds cool. So you just got to get the latest updates into the docs and you'll be good to go. Nice. Do you have any links for anything you want to show us? Oh, this is kind of interesting. Okay. Any reason you do Creative Commons instead of MIT? Yep. Later, King. Okay. I just wonder. I'd be curious about like what legal departments have to say. I would expect CC0 is like acceptable, but I just wonder if it hasn't been approved yet, you know? Because that's like a big thing that matters to orgs, right? You got to go through legal for every new license type. How many licenses have they dealt with that are CC0? And maybe that's not a point for this library. You know, maybe it's unrelated and doesn't matter. But if you wanted it used like at large enterprise, I almost feel like MIT, while maybe less open, right? Because you still retain copyright. If it's already approved, then it's good to go, you know? I understand, but people want to use things at companies. And the moment they have to deal with it, legal at all, they just won't use it, you know? Oh, yeah. All right. So CC0 doesn't necessarily mean that you have all of the rights to even publish, right? Whereas MIT, you're at least providing that warranty. So it gives them a little bit of a firewall. Hmm. Even though MIT, I think, says no warranties either. Yeah, like this is a non warranty license too. So I don't see that being a problem. I think it's probably fine. but I am not a lawyer. And yeah, King. So yep, first day you can actually write code since Wednesday, so you got to get some work in. Yeah, sounds good. Enjoy. Yeah, sounds good. But yeah, things are going good. We finished up the solid wrapper. We published the React wrapper, so I can start using it in Masijo. We started looking at building a wrapper for Ember, and I totally left it up to chat. Only 3 people voted. I could have kept working on it. I don't know. We can leave the Ember one for later. If someone cares about Ember, they can build it. Yeah, exactly. And we also want to figure out like if the API we have for React is actually good enough to use in our application. So what we want to start thinking about now is where should it live in the application? So what we want the user to do then let me get more music going first. I almost want to create I want to create the idea of experimental features, and you need to like opt into them. I'm going to say it's probably a team settings thing. So then below billing, we'll create an experimental section. Yeah, I like that idea. All right, so let's get WebLLM wrappers over here. Whatever this Angular templib was, we don't need. And what were we doing with? Oh, yeah, I see. I remember what SEK is. Let's close all of these that we don't need. It's going to be mainly a front end thing for proving out the functionality right now. Let's close some of this other stuff, though. Ugh. We can close that. We'll leave at least one of them open. All right, so then, I don't know, let's close these, restart them. Get the API running locally. And let's get to our local Mesijo. And let's close a bunch of tabs that we don't need. We'll keep 95 around. Hey, Danielle. What are you up to? And of course, an ad break hits right when you get here. All right, so yeah, we got the shout out done. Sorry about the ad. I would have skipped it sooner. Would have skipped it if I knew you were coming. But yeah, Danielle, what were you up to on stream? How's your fantasy football team going? I got destroyed this week. Dude. Dalton Kincaid was out. Oof. My defense got 1 point. One of my receivers got negative 0.4 points. All right. Etienne and Dowdle didn't do great. And then I played against Vaders, who had AJ Brown get 30 points. With 30 points, he got half of all of my points. Like, dude, what the hell? And Dak Prescott actually did good? That's crazy. I'm calling shenanigans on that one. His tight end got 20 points. His kicker got 24 points on me. And he still has one player left to play. Like, what the hell, dude? Yeah, dude. I got destroyed this week. So yeah, Tom's Ingenious team, they're 10-2. They are leading the league. They're basically the Danielle of this year. We got a lot of people tied in the middle, right? 4 people at 6-6-0. You're leading that like tie group though, so you're in 4th. Chaotic's killing it. I'm at 5-7. It's going to be 5-8. It's going to end my 2-week win streak. And I've made 26 moves. Dude. I'm just now seeing this. Dude, you can go to the league tab and see like how many like moves people have made for their team. That's like trades, drops, and ads and stuff. I wouldn't say I've been on it, but I've been trying. Like, I just got this terrible team. Just brutal. Brutal. I made some really good pickups. They're just not helping. They're just not helping. Hold on, let me look at my bench. Romeo Dubes, should have had him out. Dawson Knox only got 4 points, so that wasn't a major loss. Yeah. Just oof. Just a lot of oof all the way around. But, oh well. It happens. But yeah, so for everyone joining from Danielle's raid, the thing that we are working on an app to listen for keywords in social media. We're currently listening on Blue Sky, Hacker News, and Lobsters. So it's very tech focused at the moment. But if we can get some good, tech companies to use Massijo and start paying for it, then I can try and do like the VC funding thing. And maybe I can start adding platforms like Reddit, Twitter, LinkedIn, right? But they are all very, very guarding of their algorithms and stuff. So like to get the fire hose of Twitter going, it's like $100,000 a year, which is insane. Like, I can't afford that. What do you mean, Kenny? You're just talking about like the API cost, right? Yeah, Reddit's going to be tricky because what we're doing kind of overlaps with what they're doing a bit. Yeah, Kenny, that's literally what I was just saying. Yep, the API. So yeah, probably not going to spend $100,000 on Twitter access yet. There's maybe some stuff we could do Reddit-wise, but Yeah, that one's tricky too. But yeah, I don't know. So what we're trying to do is optimize for the platforms we do have at the moment, because I still think there's value and it's cheaper than all the competitors. And if we can solve the haystack problem, and let me explain what I mean by the haystack problem. Here we see, looking at agentic AI, we're seeing 2,300 events. How many of these are actually something that we care about? Right? So finding a message that we like within all of these messages, that's the needle in the haystack problem. And we're going to try and solve that by using this thing called WebLLM, which is basically you download a model into your browser and you run the LLM locally. And theoretically, we can run that in our API. Like, not necessarily at the API level, on the front end, and users can then submit results to us. So there's going to be a couple things we want to do. We want to do sentiment analysis, right? And that's maybe like a lens we can do. And what I mean by lens is it's not going to be like a separate watcher, right? We still want to use the same watchers that are grabbing keyword matches. But then, and I'm not sure where in the UI it's going to live, you would create the idea of a lens, and that lens could then add metadata of some kind to each post. Now, the tricky part is we want to make sure we're protecting the API from bad actors, right? People who may try and just like flood our database with a bunch of bad data, people trying to like DDoS it. We got to figure that part out. The first step is we're going to create like an experimental flag that you opt into. And that way, me and like other people here in chat who are aware of it can test it without like automatically opting other users in. And creating like an experiments section in all of our settings actually makes a lot of sense to me. It's almost like feature flagging, but not quite. Yeah, so that's the part we're on. So we're going to go log in, and we're going to start setting some of that up. So then this is Harker at Gorilla. We take that URL, and we can get logged in. And yeah, so let's actually start tracking some of this stuff. So in our to-do, Right. So yeah, AI response generation is maybe part of what we want to do, but not quite. I'm going to drag that to the top. And yeah, we're going to label that as an epic. But then, yeah, the first thing we're going to do here right? So we're going to have experimental team features opt-in. So we need a section of the team settings page for experimental features. We also need to persist those settings to the DB. And that is what we're doing right now. All right, so we're going to generate a migration. And this is going to be let's double check this. So on the back end, I don't think we want to put the experimental features on here. Yeah, we're going to create a separate table for it. Yeah. All right. All right. So we're going to create that table. So that generated this. And then in here, we want to create table. It's not going to be orgs. It's going to be org experimental features. We'll call that good. Nah, we're not going to do it like feature ID. It's just going to be org ID. And then this does require that we add a field to this table every time we're creating like a new experiment. I feel like I'm okay with that. Hmm. Sorry for the yawn. Man, I need more caffeine. I stayed up way too late last night. Yeah, so what we want is a field for each thing. Simman, like you're still up since last night? And what time zone are you on? New Zealand. Okay, okay. So that might be fine. Probably isn't. Like, still sounds like you've been up too long. But, you know, you do what you want. You have a meeting soon, then you go to bed. Gotcha. Yeah, the tricky part I'm thinking is just like how we end up doing the checks for these things. So let me go look at the board, right? Experimental team features opt-in. And a feature that we want to add. So do we do lenses or sentiment analysis first? I think lenses make the most sense, right? We want to solve we want to solve the filtering problem. So lenses go first. I think AI response generation might go second because really, that's like an agent, right? We'd call it an agent that is attached to a lens being marked true, right? So lenses are the first bit. Yeah, we'll just call it lenses. Yep. It's not a string, it's a Boolean. And we can call that good. From there, I don't know, I say we add the other experimental features anyway. So then this is going to be agents. And it's a Boolean. And I don't think we care about like when they were enabled, right? So lenses, agents, and instead of threads, we're going to say sentiment. Let me get more music going. Yeah, so these are the org level experimental features. I don't know if we're going to end up having user level experimental features. So yeah, that's a bridge we can cross when we get there. But at least, yeah, this table gives us what we need there. Okay. So I'm going to call that good. Right, so we can then migrate. Yeah, all right. So yeah, we'll create a new file in here. And realistically, yeah, orgs might move out of this like accounts module at some point. It does seem like We're mixing a bunch of concerns in here. And what's up, 3D Factor? How you doing? Ooh, did I even do timestamps? I did do timestamps. I don't think it matters, but we'll leave it for now. So 3D Factor, you can't sleep, so you'll try out some Advent of Code. Well, that definitely won't help you sleep. Do some leak code instead. That'll put you right to sleep. Hold on. Someone asked me which old Fitzgerald I have. Let me double check that. Let me go grab it. Oof. Decided to grab a handful of chips too. So yeah, what's everyone up to? Let me go grab the bag. They're hard to explain. So they're like chicken protein chips. Buffalo flavored. Yeah, exactly. Oh, a Seattleite knows. Seattleite knows. Costco special. Yeah, good catch. Good catch. They're super good, right? Geez, Lady Leet from This Labs has one hell of a whiskey collection. Like, holy shit. Like, wow. Yeah, I think I see that she's got the same Old Fitzgerald 7-year in that collection, too. Oh, she's got like a nice one of Old Granddad, too. Yeah. Man, she's got a great fucking whiskey collection. Holy shit, dude. She's got some Mictors. Man. Come on, which Old Granddad is that? Yeah. So yeah. Um, if you ever make it to a conference that this Labs is at, they don't sponsor conferences, but they do sponsor a room in which you can go party and take a break from the conference. Their room at Commit Your Code conference was awesome. Let's do the Basil Hayden. Might as well finish it up. And yeah, can't go too tough. I got a bunch of video editing to do tonight. It's finally getting like chilly here in Washington, though. I don't think we're getting the precip for a good snow day yet, but it's to the point where I should start looking, right? And yeah, so as we're building these features, yes, we'll get that going. But yeah, let me double check. I think last I looked, they were planning to open up on December 4th. That was tentative, though, and I don't see it. Yeah, do your snow dance. So they were thinking about opening December 4th, but seems like they've changed that up a bit. They didn't get the storms they were hoping on. It does look like they're stacking up a little bit. It's getting there. Like, normally these would need packed down way more. I still see some rocks. Yes, they're not doing like a full cat pass on the resort yet. But they're getting there. So yeah, Stevens Pass could be opening up pretty soon. But yeah, anyone here got any fun snowboarding plans for the year? All right, so we got org experimental features there. Um, we actually want this to be a different thing. This is going to be OEF. Did I name this right? I did. Sweet. All right, so we get the back end up and running. And yeah, we'll say lenses move to the top of our list. Response generation and sentiment analysis will happen after the fact. All right, so now that we got the experimental features thing, I was thinking about like how programmatic we wanted to make it. But I think, no, I think we're good. We don't need to over-engineer this part. Still no way to like reload the shaders. I find that really annoying. It's not the end of the world because we can just, at least it opens up from the tab we were in. But yeah, kind of annoying. Okay, so as far as experimental features go, we need a way of fetching them, and we also need a way of updating them. Yeah. All right. So let's go look at, and this is mostly backend stuff for now. So we'll shuffle these around so it's easier. All right, so yeah, this module is already getting way too big. We'll just create a ticket for that later. It'll go on the backlog, and this will be split out orgs from accounts from the accounts module. It's just too much stuff. All right, so for the time being, it's still going to go in this somewhere. If we go down the bottom, this is admin user stuff. So I would say it goes above org users. Haha, your messages are getting weirder and weirder. Oh, how do we do the markers thing again? I already forgot that. I like the wrapper he has around his stuff. Yeah, that's good. But yeah, so if we scroll back far enough, oh yeah, that pinback show was good. I forgot I did a video of that. But yeah, where's the ugh. I think it's got to be newer than that. Ooh, maybe not. Damn it. Oh, here it is. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Here it is. So it's that. So you do region. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hmm. Oh. Ah, there it is. Okay, that works. And then Nickel. So you need advice at work. They moved you on to another project, which is written in plain React JavaScript. You hate that project. Everything is any type, and you don't understand anything. Files are greater than 1,000 lines. Manager asks, why do you take too much time to refactor feature, and should you leave the company or what to do? I mean, it sounds like a shitty manager. But why are you refactoring features? right? Like, is that the ticket you were assigned, or are you refactoring as you go? You probably shouldn't be refactoring as you go. It creates PRs that are too big, that change too many things. If you don't have a culture where you solve tech debt, then yeah, you should probably work on finding another company anyway. But yeah, I would not recommend refactoring as you go, unless you're really good at keeping that refactor small. But most people aren't. Okay, more music time. And that's fine, Nickel, but I'm just going based upon what you said, right? Like, you shouldn't be refactoring if you're given a ticket to solve a problem. Now, what you should be doing is when you're given a ticket, make sure that the hairiness of the code base goes into your estimates. And when people ask, why is your estimate so high? You tell them about the state of the code base. And if they're not willing to fix anything about that, it's not your problem. You just do the best you can, but give accurate estimates. If they ask why your estimates are so high, the code base is a mess. But that doesn't mean you should be refactoring willy-nilly. That's a terrible idea. Especially, which I'm going to guess, there aren't enough tests in place, right? Like, the golden rule is you don't refactor without tests. Now, I break that rule all the time, but I'm working on my own shit. I am my own project manager. But yeah, you should probably also be looking for something new, right? You don't want to work in that kind of like legacy front end project forever. And this is something that I find interesting. There are the people who are like gung ho on AI who make what I consider like side-handed comments about this mentality. But there are companies that are going to make money off of cleaning up vibe coded bullshit. And the people who are AI gung ho are like, well, that's like, being a horse and buggy repair shop after the car's been invented. And it's not even close to a good analogy because companies have been cleaning up slop for ages. It's called third-party stuff, like what you're dealing with right now. You deal with a contractor that sucks at what they do, but someone paid them a lot of money to shit out a bunch of code, and then that project falls into someone else's lap and becomes legacy code. That has existed forever, right? Like seriously, 40 plus years. That has always existed. So companies that say they're making money cleaning up AI slop, yeah, they were making money cleaning up third-party slop anyway. The business that they're in hasn't changed whatsoever. But all the AI bros think this is some like crazy pivotal moment. No, it just increases the amount of slop in the world. And their argument is, well, I'm reviewing the stuff that's being generated by the AI. And it's like, dude, are you a dev? How do you know you're not making slop? You don't, right? Like, you just don't. The moment you try and build a product, you're going to have slop. And your AI is going to generate more and more slop as the context window fills up. Your ability to maintain a product, not a program, but a product, exponentially goes down as the project size increases, right? And at that point, you hand it off to someone more experienced. That's always been the case. So it blows my mind, like the people who are just so like, AI is the next coming of whatever deity you believe in. Oh, it's going to change everything. Like, no, it's just going to increase the amount of slop available in the world. It's not like it created slop. It's not like slop started with AI. No. Bad contractors have been hammering out slop for ages. That business is the same as it ever was. It's just the source of the slop has changed. Do you think there's absolutely no review process at these agencies? No, they got code review. They're just shitty at it. They're just under a deadline. Yeah. So, Nickel, it sounds like you're just at a shitty company, right? They don't have a good engineering philosophy. That dude shouldn't be able to get anything merged unless there's tests. Without the tests, you're fucked. And you're going to keep dealing with that shit. So, yeah, if you're not happy, find a new place. Nothing stops you from interviewing right now, dude. You don't need my permission or my say-so to start doing it. The fact that you had to ask, that's a problem too. You should have definitely been already interviewing at other places if you're unhappy right now. You don't need my permission to do so. You don't need to ask me whatsoever. I appreciate that you did. Let me point that out, but that is a thing you need to fix. Have agency over your own life, man. If you're unhappy, find a new place. Now, don't quit the job you're at until you have a new one. But yeah, man, like, really think about, why did you need to ask me? Why did you need to ask Chad? Don't you trust your instincts? And if you don't, figure out why. Yeah, Celestial. That's a good point, right? Like, this file is getting too big, but at least it's my slop and I understand where the slop lives. Similar to the stuff that Levels.io used to brag about. Like his entire product was in a single file. Right? Yeah, that's basically some slop. But he made it work because he wrote the slop. And that's fine, because sometimes slop is fine. Does it solve the goal? No, I get it, Nickel. I'm just pointing out, right? Like, dude, have some faith in yourself. Make decisions. You're not going to be able to use me as a scapegoat. Just because some streamer told you to do something doesn't mean that you're absolved of any responsibility of making that decision. You're still the one on the hook making the decision, so just decide. Just do things. But no matter what, right? Like, the fact that you're doubting your thinking, that means something, dude. Just because you want to shirk the blame, you're lacking confidence in your own decision making. Why? Why? Nobody knows your situation better than you. Okay. I don't know what that is. No, I don't do nicotine. I've got way too many of these things open. All right, so update experimental features. Yep, that's going to be admin permission. All right, so then from here, yeah, I like that so far. And then getting the org. Is it auth controller? I'm trying to remember where we end up getting like the list of orgs for a user. It's got to be in here and I just missed it, right? Oh, list orgs. List orgs with roles. Ah, yep, that was it. Just spacing. All right, so then for the response, okay, so we get that into the schema for listing the orgs. Updating. That's the update experimental features. It's going to be its own request. Okay, so yeah, those are our three features. Those are the params we take in. Okay, and then from here, we need this. Okay, we build the SDK. That worked. And SDK should have rebuilt. Maybe. Let's just restart that just to be sure. Okay, and then we should be able to start building that out into the UI. Before we get to that, let me go pee. I gotta use the restroom. And yeah, so our next step is we verify that the experimental features props are making it into our API responses, just in the front end. Then we can start building out that section of the team settings page. And then once we've got that in there, we can start really thinking about like, where does the lenses feature live? How do we navigate to it, etc. And that means we're going to have some like front end state stuff going on, right? Like we're going to need to create some yotai stores for those experimental features. That way we can subscribe to those in one clean, easy way. So let me go pee. I'll be right back. Alrighty. And yeah, what's everyone up to today? Anything fun? Alrighty, so getting that stuff into the front end. Let's do that part. So we go to the team settings page, and we're going to have a section at the bottom. That section is just experimental features or experiments. Maybe experiments. I think it'll fit like in this list better. I guess first and foremost, though, let's double check. Are we getting the data we want back from the network? Oh, 500. Sad panda. Sad panda. Why is it a sad panda? What did we do? Lenses not found in nil. Right. So the place that we're doing this at, it's happening in the org JSON, which I think is fine. We need to handle this in a what's the word I'm looking for? Like in a gradual way. Like if we haven't set any of these values, they need to just default to what they would be if that row existed. So if we go to update and they don't have any experimental features, we create them. Else we update them. But hold on. I already messed up. These are not actually required to do an update, but they're the only valid examples, right? So we do that. We're going to get rid of those. Right, so those are the parameters. We just need at least one of them, and we can merge and do that stuff. All right, so that part looks good. Mm. All right, so we'll default to that. And then we'll do that too. And then, yeah, this is a failure, but then this becomes easy because it's just the result, which is new features. And we just pass that there. All right, so that's part of the update. But what we want to do here is in this data. All right, so that should be good now. But we do need to rebuild the SDK. All right, so then that comes back and all experimental features for all orgs are false. So we're getting that back in the response now. Perfect. So then we can start building this out. Because it comes back on the org itself, we don't need a store for that part yet. Yeah, all right. So let's start building out that section of the org settings page. And yeah, it's a little annoying. We call it org on the back end and team on the front end where users see it. I think I'm okay with that. And yeah, this page, it's getting pretty big. Probably going to want to start breaking that up at some point. So I still want to show the experimental features section just so users can at least see it, but they wouldn't be able to make changes unless they are an admin. I think I like that idea. Ooh, and what is it, like beaker? Oh, there is a beaker icon. Nailed it. All right, did that show up? It did. It's not the right beaker. You're right. I don't want a beaker. I want a graduated cylinder. My mistake. Let's go look at Lucide real quick and see what icon we actually want. What the hell was I thinking? We can do the radioactive symbol. That's an option. Yeah, it's not a beaker. What else would be a good icon? What do y'all think? I mean, we could still do the beaker if you think it's a good fit. I don't know. Test tube? That's what the beaker is, I guess. I mean, it's not literally a beaker. Oh, no, you're right. It is a different one. So yeah, test tube. Right? We could do test tube or test tube diagonal. I kind of like that. Yeah, better than a beaker. The beaker is just a little too generic. Like, it's hard to tell what it even is. But this, I feel like someone would get. I feel like the diagonal, maybe? We could also do radioactive. What do we think, chat? We'll put it to a poll, because why not? Yeah, it did kind of look like a bong, didn't it? Well, we got the vote going. Get your votes in. What do you think? Test tube diagonal, radioactive, beaker. I'd say beaker's the one I like the least. We got 2 votes for test tube diagonal already. Three. Is it unanimous? Do we have quorum? I'd say 3 votes is good enough. I don't see any of the others taking over. I just realized I capitalized the I in diagonal, but, you know, it counts. Oh shit. Hold on. Flask. Oh, is that a flask? It's an Erlenmeyer flask, not a graduated cylinder. What was I thinking? Well, shit. Flask conical. Does kind of look like a bong. All right, we'll just let chat decide. So it's either test tube diagonal or flask conical. Yeah, I think this is just like a more recognized pattern that people would see. Interesting, they call it a beaker. It's not a beaker. But it also didn't show up when I was searching for beaker. Yeah, I think flask conical makes the most sense. All right, so yeah, flask conical I think is better than test tube diagonal. I just didn't realize that we had flask conical available. I should have assumed it was there, but we couldn't find it, so whatever. All right, so now we just need to create a section down here. All right, so yeah, thinking about this, it's going to be above the delete team section. Ah, that's right, that's right. Yeah, so we do an H2. Yep, all right, so we can scroll down to that. Within the card. Right, add that bit of warning. So then, yeah, what do we want the UI of this form to look like? We want to have a list for each feature. Or not a list, but like we want to have a list that has each feature in it. So let's just say this is the box, right? It says like features up there. And technically, right, we'll shrink it up. Oh, actually, we'll just drag this. So then for each feature, it's like the checkbox for it, or a switch or whatever, the name of it, the description, Hey, what's up, PM Walls? Yeah, it has been a while. What have you been up to? How's your fantasy team doing? Okay, you're on a 3-loss streak, so that's rough. But you got a new job, so you have to go into the office. Oh, that's brutal. Yeah, no worries. No, I get it, man. I mean, I go late enough that you should be able to come and hang out, you know? But yeah, not a big deal. Oh, and I see you've probably lost the last couple games because Jaden Daniels has been out for a while, huh? Yeah, you may want to check up on your fantasy team. If not, no worries. You got JJ McCarthy too? Damn, dude. Oof. Yeah, you got screwed. You had a couple good players though, dude. You got Christian McCaffrey. Like, man, you got a solid team. You should just make some moves on the quarterback. You'd be in the running. Detroit got you -1 point though. Yeah, sounds about right. All part of the plan, huh? I don't believe you. So yeah, I don't know. This feels like an okay layout to me. Yeah. Yeah, all right. So yeah, what we'll do and let me pour another one of these. We're going to create just a basic structure for looping over these things because I don't want to duplicate too much code. Let's pour some more water. And we'll call this experimental features. Right, so then the idea is we'd have a description. But yeah, what kind of job you got right now? Like, without doxing too much. Like front end, back end, full stack, startup, enterprise, any of that kind of BS. I would guess since it's going into the office, I would guess enterprise. I feel like startups really only push the in-office thing when they're, like in SF. Full stack, it's transitioning from a startup to an enterprise. Interesting. Hmm. Ooh, keyword suggestions. That one would be good. In the e-commerce/marketing space. Gotcha. Ooh, I mean, the thing we're building is in the marketing space too. All right, so then the other features, we did lenses. What's the other one? Agents. Right, just double checking, didn't miss anything. Looks like we are in an ad. Sorry about that. Yeah, so agents are automated bots that can help you auto respond to social media posts. Right, so yeah, that's basically the three main experimental features that we want to build. Let's at least see what they look like in the page based on this layout. Um, and actually what we'll do is enabled. We'll set is enabled to true for now. And then we'll disable the two that we're not working on yet. did I call it at the top? Experimental features, and it's not capitalized. Hey, what's up, Krasner? How you doing? I want these things indented. All right, let's see what that looks like here on the page. All right, so yeah, we're getting close. Oh, and I think I could just do as const. Yep, so then that's fine. Oh, I broke something. What did I break? Properties of undefined lenses. I think that part's fine. So, think we want to add some bolding to the name of the feature. It actually looks kind of good. Oh, I was wondering where we were using the switch. That makes sense. So it's right there. How do we feel about it so far? Like, just from a UI perspective. That's a little annoying. The fact that this goes under the header there. Is there a good fix for that? Yeah, I like that. That's good enough. Cool. So I'm almost thinking when they're off, I want to make the text like a little more faint. No, I don't know if I like that idea. I don't know. Anyone got any thoughts for this part? A border around each, like billing tiers? Yeah, I like that idea. Should we go bigger on the font then? You're thinking a dashed line? Were you thinking like a dashed line, like separating the two? Oh, it would like fit experimental? Yeah, I could see that. Oh, 1 second there. How you doing, Cyber? Yeah, you can do links now. So I can read what you wrote, though. So that looks amazing. Meanwhile, the websites you design look like kernel.org without backend. I mean, that's just some solid Web 2.0, isn't it? There's nothing wrong with that. I think you just lurk, Tef. I don't mind a lurk. It's not a big deal. Yeah. You haven't made a single comment today, which is fine. But yeah, Cyber. I just want to say, like, dude, I'm not much of a designer either, but you can find a good component library to build on top of. Right? So neo-brutalism is the thing doing most of the heavy lifting of this design. And then I just do a little bit of like fine tuning. I think it works. No, it's fine, Hef. Yeah, no, I appreciate the lurks. I need the lurks. Where is everybody? There's only 40 people here? Come on. Where are my lurkers at? No, it's fine. 40 is huge. I'm okay with it. Numbers got to go up, though, right? Oh, we got a typo. But okay, so yeah, this feels all right to me. Like maybe the font's a little big for sentiment analysis there. I feel like small is going to be too small. I think that's a little better. You're saying the experimental icon after each title here? You're kind of already in the experimental section, though, you know? Now, Are there other icons we could add? Right? Right? So maybe blend. What do we think about sentiment analysis? Feel like the thermometer could work. We'll at least add it for now. But is there like a better thing for like sentiment? Thumbs up icon? Yeah, I was hoping that would be there. Oh, they do. Yeah, drama. Perfect. Nailed it. Good call. That was exactly what I was thinking. I just didn't think they would have it. Yeah, good catch. Something like that. We could put the icon at the end. Let me get just some other elm going. Yeah, I like that. So one thing I'm thinking is, right, because they're all powered by that, maybe I want to have just like an icon, like a warning icon. Because, yeah, we got the same typos in a bunch of places. Like, what I'm almost thinking is when you enable one, that's when we show a pop-up, and then you can have like the thing to like not warn you again. I kind of like that. Yeah, like the warning dialogue. But we are at 7 p.m. I think this is a good place to pick up tomorrow. We've gotten some good work in. We tried, or at least looked at the Ember thing earlier and decided, nah. Scan eye? You mean this one? Eh. What was the other one? Scan search? Eh. I'm not sure the icon's that important. Like, honestly, the blend makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, so I like that. And then it would make our descriptions here a little better. So yeah, leaving off, we do that, and then All right, so those are our next steps. That's what we'll be tackling tomorrow. And I'm sure there's more that I want to do styling-wise for this. But it's not the end of the world. Yeah, all right. So, who do we go raid? We do see Dat Nerd. There's also Slyborg doing some Hack the Box. We see Vexilus. Oh, Sharkface is streaming. Definitely an option. What is Defiasol doing? Defiasol is over in Japan. Oh, interesting. All right, so Dat Nerd or Vexilus? What do y'all think? Any preferences? So yeah, Dat Nerd is doing Obsidian plugin dev. Vexilus is doing Advent of Code, adding bot interactions. I'd say Obsidian dev sounds more interesting to me. All right, so yeah, I am going to hop over to gaming stream. I'm gonna make some nachos for dinner. We got a good plan for what we're doing tomorrow. Yeah, building out this like lenses functionality. I think that'll be fun. And yeah, we still haven't really finished up the state management part of things. Like, I definitely want some like little utility function for whether this, like, whether we show a certain feature. Maybe we don't need that. I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to think about it. But we got more stuff to do. And yeah, for sure. I do have my gaming channel if you want to hang out there. We're probably just going to be chilling tonight, watch a show, watch a bunch of shows, you know, cook my nachos, do some video editing, maybe have some time for gaming. So yeah, it'll be a chill channel tonight on Griffing and Chill. But let's go raid Dat Nerd. I'll bid farewell to YouTube first. Later.